Fuck. Oh, no. That's not good. Oh, shit. Alright, I can just do it the other way. I mean, in that instance, I don't even really need to hash it, don't I? Just create a fucking... Ah! I actually don't mind this. That's actually not bad. Alright. actually need that. I need a new thing called custom object info model. What the fuck? This thing is so fucking. What the fuck? Bro! It's frustrating as fuck. 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 Fuck it. Damn it. Alright, whatever. I have a Yulong in another place. Jesus Christ. Sometimes when I don't look at chat and I come back and there's a whole ass Java. Is that Java? That's Java. Jesus Christ. What's up, Kate? Catch a. Hello. Hello. How you doing? Just heads up, I don't think I can hear you, just in case your mic's doing. Nope. Not yet. Let me just double check if I...
What about now?
Yeah, you're good.
I think okay, yeah. I was just messing with some Discord voice filter thing early on, so I'm hoping that like I don't have a voice filter right now.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, those are fun. But yeah, they mess with your mic input. So.
Oh yeah.
But how are things? How you doing?
I've been great. I just finished my spring term, so I'm very excited to do sophomore summer this coming term, and then I'm also not taking classes, so I'm hoping to just like develop my like visual development skills and then like draw some more. So that's the current plan. I also want to like hike a lot. I'm actually going on a break trip like tomorrow morning at like 3 a.m. to New Mexico, so that'll be really exciting.
Yeah. Wait. So you're doing sophomore summer, but you're just are you taking by not taking classes? Are you just taking layups, or is it like you're just not taking any classes at all?
I'm just hanging out. I'm doing an off term, but I'm like staying at one of the like off-campus Dartmouth outing club houses.
Word.
So that's like how I participate in the community.
No, that's actually pretty sick. That's cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it should be a blast. Well, cool. How was the spring term? How did game design finish out? Like.
Oh, it was really nice.
Yeah.
Did Mahoney show you some of the like final work we've done?
Not yet. I really want to see it though.
Wait, so I probably should not spoil it to you, right? Like he's gonna show you some point.
No, it's okay. Just tell me all about it. I mean, you know.
Yeah. So for our final project, we made this like kind of when Angry Birds meets GTA game, where you're like sort of third-person Angry Bird shooting the main character, which is like a spherical ball, and then wrecking everything. So the idea is that like the more things you wreck, the higher scores you get.
Cool.
But yeah, that's the premise of the game.
Wicked.
And then let me just try to find a video if I can. But it's really fun. We got a lot of positive feedback at Technigala.
That's
so
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really funny when I'll give you a little insight. Before I did like my talk with you guys, I hadn't written it like the whole time, and so basically, because we had all these like deadlines, I could never get around to it. But I knew what I wanted to talk about, so like I literally wrote it like 2 hours before we did the actual thing, like the slides and everything. I was just like chucking it in there. So if it seemed like a stream of consciousness, a bit of a mess. I will definitely the next time I'm involved in that class will hopefully be better. So maybe you'll be TAing it or something.
I actually personally really like the slides. I thought you put like so much time and effort into it because they were like so cool, and then they introduced like a very like unique perspective of your game. And I feel like it's a really nice pitch deck for a game. Like I was really sold on the idea of Go Set Go, and it's just like so exciting for me because when I was like trying to design and then do like our challenge, I was thinking that this is like a more traditional like racing game, and I have like more, I guess, sort of a AAA like standard mindset in mind. But like after you introduce like your indie concept of, you know, just having some like absurdly funny combinations of how the like race cars can look like and everything, it just like sort of opened up a lot of like doors in my mind, and I just like had like a lot of new brilliant ideas of how this game can like sort of proceed in. So that was a really good presentation, I think. No,
thank you. I mean, that's really kind. I really appreciate the feedback. It was the first time I was doing something more game specific. And prior to that, it's always been like, VR specific, right? So this was really kind of quite new. But let me hold on. Let me key you into. So yeah, actually, if you can see, I know it's a little small because I'm like half streaming here, but this is like a scene with a lot of the objects that are all like parts in the game. So when I say like they're not vehicle parts, they're really not. It's like it's just random stuff. So the artist on our team, Devᯅ, he's great. He basically, the idea is that all of these objects have like hidden stats, so they'll like contribute to the car's capabilities in certain ways. Some of them are more overt, like some of them actually change the physics of the car, and other ones just like kind of increase or decrease little stats. Some of them, like this one, is like it'll like bump other cars because it'll like hit it. But really, it's the whole premise of the game is just chucking these random objects onto like these already looking like weird looking vehicles. Like this is a tank that's made out of pancakes. This is like it's like a bunch of books on like the wheel of one book. Yeah, I mean, it's like, this is like a skateboard, on wheels. I mean, it is really like when I say we take a lot of inspiration from the Red Bull Soapbox Derby, which is kind of like the IRL version of this. It's like 1-to-1. It's really just like, we want weird stuff going down the track. And like, even now, if I swing in Discord, let's see. Like, yeah, this was one that he made recently. It's like a bunch of tapes.
Cool.
And like, this is like literally just a paint, like a roller. So it's really like this is the plane from Little Tykes, basically. Frying pan on wheels. I mean, it is really just like, we're just trying to min-max the amount of sort of weird stuff in the game.
Yeah.
And the idea being very much that, by the time we launch the game in full, I believe we'll have around 100 parts and about 15 vehicles, and that's just to start. And so the permutations is supposed to sort of go all over the place. And, you can put there's no real limit right now. I mean, we'll probably create a limit for performance, but there's no real limit on the amount of parts that you can put on a car. It'll probably be like over 20. And when you put them on, you can move them and rotate them and scale them and kind of make whatever you want, really. So yeah, it was, but it like, it's gone through evolutions. When we started the game, we started out thinking about it a little bit more seriously in terms of like, hey, this thing's supposed to do a really specific thing. It needs to kind of look like it and all that sort of stuff. And over time, we were just like, nah, let's just like throw it. Especially when it started to become a sandbox. Like when it was specifically a racing, like sort of casual competitive racing game, you needed parts to look to like they had a function, because otherwise players didn't really know what they did. There was no real like way to link it at all. But when it became more of a sandbox, that started to matter less, because like we could even have the options of like turning on and off the stats of the these things based on the setting. And so it became really just more about like making kind of a creative endeavor. And so yeah, no, it was it's changed a lot even since we last talked.
Yeah. I was gonna say, because like this looks so much like the last idea was like pretty great, and then this just looks so much more fun to me. Like having a pancake on like a tank or something. That's like amazing.
Yeah, glad you like it. I mean, it's so we've actually had our first. God, let me say. We've had our first 2 external playtests in our demographic. So, like, which is, 12 to 18, really. And, so we got a Discord and, like, a TikTok that basically we feed people into testing the game. And, so we've run 2 tests, which is, basically like, does this game suck or not? And the feedback's generally been pretty good, which is nice.
Nice.
The good thing is that it's seen as something different. A lot of the games that are doing really well, like a lot of the social sandboxes that are doing really well at the moment, are kind of in the same lane. Like they're sort of similar. They're similar concepts, basically. It's a lot of like guerrilla tag plus something. And this is totally different. I mean, it's sort of the basis of it is different. The movement is different. The thing you do all the time is sort of different. The scope of it is different. Like our levels and maps and stuff are a lot bigger because they have to be, because you're driving around. It can't feel like a fishbowl, So a lot has been different, and that's been pretty well received, which has been really nice.
Yeah. That's really nice.
But yeah,
I do have to say, yeah.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
I was
Sorry.
just gonna reiterate your point. I've never seen like a sandbox, like a really sandbox game in VR. Usually they have like a very like set game mechanic, but I think this is just like this sort of Minecraft-y kind of vibe to it, where you get to like build your own vehicle. I think that would sell really well in like a different domain. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
Thank you. And actually, tying back in a little bit to, where we started with the art challenge was one thing that we've kind of come upon recently, just based off of what we've seen in the playtests, is expanding our customization mechanic to the environment. So these parts, you know, because they're like really, I mean, generic is sort of the word. They're nondescript in some ways. You know, they can help create a cooler and interesting looking vehicle and like change the geometry of it and allow you different places to climb around and stuff. But also there's no reason why they couldn't or shouldn't be able to be placed in the environment as well. Just as like standalone things, obstacles, you know, whatever, right? And, you know, the tagline for Get Set Go really became like, build a weird vehicle and do something fun with it. So we want to give you a lot of different things that you can do, like that you can use these vehicles for. Like, it's not just about like racing them. It's like, if you wanted to play car soccer, you could do that. If you wanted to like push each other off of like the top of a mountain and do some sort of like battle thing, you could do that. But it's all could be set up really by the player. So it's sort of a la Minecraft, Roblox, you know, leaning more heavily into tools versus specific boxed mechanics. And so, you know, with the environment, you know, we're really moving strongly towards like a mixture of, similar to the cars, there's like a base level environment that you can like load into, but you have full freedom really to add and maybe even subtract from that environment as well. So like the let's see, the area that we played during our last sandbox was this, we call it like the pastry sandbox. It's just like a food map basically. And the idea is pretty simple, is that, you know, we would still create these base maps and all these things and sort of like the base geometry. But if you wanted to add more or different stuff to this sort of blank canvas, you absolutely could. And that is where we feel like the game kind of starts to have sort of infinite permutations, you know, because we have like enough versions of vehicles, we have enough versions of parts, and then we have enough versions of stuff that you can change the actual environment with too. And that's where I think, like, as far as the game growing and even the game selling in terms of monetization in the long run, like we see a scalable model that feels fun and not forced. So, sort of tying all that back in. First, I wanted to ask, like, how did you find the challenge? Like, how did you find? Obviously, like the scope of what you made was very much in the range of a game that was in a different place, and that's totally fine because I think you did something really cool. I just want to, ask how that went and, what your process sort of felt like.
Yeah. So I feel like when I started the sketches, I kind of put myself in some like invisible like constraints. Like this is
Mm-hmm.
gonna be a pretty serious game,
Mm-hmm.
like very traditional looking. So I was thinking of like cool concepts that I really enjoy. Personally, I just really like sci-fi stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I really want to like sort of exercise my like design language within like sort of sci-fi and like modern kind of like art. So I've been kind of just going down that rabbit hole and then like trying to like pump out different kinds of designs and then like different shapes, just what looks right. I think for me, variation and like providing these different versions is like a pretty like important design process for me. So I think I just like iterate a lot, and I feel like something I could have explored more is maybe like different concepts.
Mm-hmm.
So like for example, instead of like sci-fi, maybe like I would say like a more modern day kind of like vehicle situation,
Mm-hmm.
but with a like sort of touch of like steampunk or something. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I could have like sort of investigated a lot of different design options.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, no, it was interesting because like when I first had a look at it, like I'll pull it up right now actually. The first thing that popped out to me immediately was I think how much you addressed the original intent, because when we started out, making Get Set Go, it was really a game mode that it will still actually end up being in the game, but it's just a smaller component of it now. The Get Set Go was this round by round sort of casual racing game where you started out getting parts and then you set up a vehicle and then you raced. But the race component was, we sort of decided like, okay, it would be cool if we did like Rick and Morty style, where like you race in this one world and then you go through a portal and then you race in another one, then you race in another one, and there were sort of procedural elements to each. And so the one thing that we knew that wasn't procedural was where you were, right? We wanted to give like you the sense that you're in this specific world, right? And that required some sense of like everything being holistic. Like it's this sort of full view of like everything comes from this one world. And so we viewed content sort of through that lens. We thought like, okay, well, if we're going to view everything in terms of like the worlds that they come from, then we want a car, a part, and like an environment to all fit that one sort of filter, if you want to call it that. And so when I looked at this, I was like, what immediately jumped out to me was the cohesion. Like it felt like all the shapes and like especially the kind of details of how a lot of these like the robots, but then also the parts kind of came together. It all felt just very much like of the same world, which is definitely the goal. Something I also really liked was, I'm guessing the highlighted route was, based on kind of what you said, was like basically just like one of the paths, which I actually really liked, because one of the components that we chose in the when making the game was that you could go, potentially multiple different routes on these like sort of worlds. And I really liked how, I don't know, to me, I immediately felt like I could see myself racing on this and like looking to another vehicle kind of in another place. So yeah, I think there were a lot of things that I wouldn't necessarily like beat yourself up over feeling like you did something safe. I think you did something absolutely according to the task, which was, you know, like create something that felt cohesive for what it was. Now, like, I think there's a legitimate question to ask, like, what the ultimate tone of our game ends up being, right? Like, are we in a place where we could really just throw any type of content into the game because it's that open of a sandbox, or do we really want the game to follow some sort of sense of tone, right? And that's a tough balance to get, you know, like I think right now we're really not restricting ourselves. So something like this could totally have, you know, a place in like kind of the overall scope of our art direction, you know. We know we want something that feels like, we want a place that feels like sort of hyper urban. We want a place that feels futuristic. We also want a place that's kind of scary. We want a place that's silly. We want like all these sort of different genres to kind of come into the game. And it just ultimately comes down to how we can execute that, like kind of in a style that feels somewhat cohesive across all of it. So yeah, I think overall I was a big fan. I think there's a lot here that you know, you may be surprised, I think could cross sort of pollinate to our game. Like when I saw this like AI assistant sort of pad right here, and then also like I'm guessing that's like this right here was the power boost, right? Like the snail sort of robot.
Yeah.
That to me is something that I feel like I could see like immediately in an environment pack for the game. Like our artist Devᯅ has made, like, it's ironically the timing, you know, has made like this actual sort of snail. And this would just be something you could like put into the environment, and it's like would function a lot like a ramp, you know, because like we would just put a simplified collider on the back and you could go through these things, and there'd probably be an effect that plays when you drive through them and stuff. And so, you know, when I saw that, it was immediately something that kind of popped out to me in the same way. Or, you know, we haven't taken a shot at like a floating vehicle yet, and to me, ironically, that looked like something that could absolutely do that. So yeah, I mean, overall, I think I was actually a really big fan of the approach. I think I would love to see these shapes in like a really big scale. Like when I look at this sort of like monolith structure, I don't know, I feel like it'd be really, really satisfying in VR when you can have huge scale, like when you can really like access that really big scale and you feel it as a player. So yeah, I mean, I think those were my general notes. I think a lot of the guys sort of felt the same way. We all basically looked at it. And I think my only question would be, if you were going to do it again, you know, with everything I've told you about kind of the current game, right? And I know you mentioned about going like more like realistic in the sense of like, you know, more like a real world example. But if you were to have to tackle this like genre of what you did, where it's like super futuristic, kind of mega city, robotics, a little bit more alien than cyberpunk, what would you do differently, if anything at all?
So like if I'm pursuing my like the genre I was intended to go for?
Yeah, if you were doing this again, but knowing everything you know about how the game is maybe changed.
Uh-huh.
You know, from some of the things I've shown you, some of the visuals, some of the
I
stuff
feel
I've
like,
talked about with the sandbox, etc. Like, how would you change that, if at all?
yeah, no, I would definitely make a lot of changes. I feel like your new sort of like game direction really inspired me. I think one of the biggest changes I'd make is that right now all those like robots, they look kind of like sort of cold and like apathetic.
Mm-hmm.
But I would add a lot of like anthropomorphism to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, the bee that I drew there, I was
Mm-hmm.
kind of just giving it like a, like inspired by nature look, like
Mm-hmm.
airplanes,
Mm-hmm.
inspired by birds kind of thing. But I would really exaggerate that if I were to design it again, and then maybe make it like a gigantic queen bee, and then it's like really like you can see sort of the like human aspects of it. And I feel like your point about scale is really interesting. I think definitely having some like really gigantic creatures and things that you don't really see in normal racing games would really be interesting. But at the same time, it's not just like an insect fantasy land. I think incorporating bits of the like technology into like what I intended here would be really interesting to see how two sort of inherently different like genres of objects would clash together. I think for the shells too, like I was kind of like designing the automobiles based on like animals because I think that nature's shapes are just so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But then like after sort of seeing your game concept direction, etc., I think I would really exaggerate that and then maybe make the whole world just like cohesive, as in like maybe like an ocean world theme, and then
Mm-hmm.
like all the automobiles are like designed based on oceanic creatures, like not just shells but like jellyfish and stuff like that, like really cool designs that I can potentially generate based off of just a unified theme that's something else other than sci-fi but combined with sci-fi.
Mm-hmm.
And also I feel like here I didn't really have time to sort of like go into the details of like how each parts of the robot works.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I would really like dive deep into it and sort of like explain why, for example, why does the bee have like a transparent like head? Like what is that head used for? And then like what is the design sort of based off of? Like I think having like a backstory for it, like for example, what material this is made of. Like for example, it's like some mythical like metal that is like only excavated in this
Mm-hmm.
world, or like it's made of like really light metal so that it can like fly. I think having these like little details but then like sort of exaggerating them a bit would be really interesting to see. So I think that's some of the changes I would incorporate.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny you bring up kind of anthropomorphizing things because in B, apologies for getting that wrong, by the way. I thought B makes a lot more sense now that I look at it. It's funny you say that exact thing because our artist Edward,
Oh yeah.
he made this was more like it was less anthropomorphized in a weird way. It was just like but it looked like a bee, and it was and that was something that immediately like jumped out at me because when he made this, he was like the inspiration for it was like a bumblebee.
Yeah.
And I think I think that general direction, like there's a lot of room for it.
Yeah.
I think one of the interesting things that we are considering with the game is how we deliver content and also how much of it is overt to the player. And what I mean by that is like something as simple as a part or a vehicle having a name that the player knows or not. Because if we don't give we have names for these things internally. Like we will call like like a certain car, like we'll call like the the pancake tank, we'll call it like the pan tank, right?
Yeah.
But if we don't explicitly tell the player it's a pan tank, they'll call it whatever they want, right? And
Yeah.
inevitably, a lot of these objects, parts, vehicles, etc., will take on sort of an identity of their own that some might be used more than others, some might be preferred more than others, some might be sought after more than others, especially if the content's not available all the time. I think that's pushed us to trying to do our best to define like a really strong sense of identity for anything that we make, right? Any part that we make, any vehicle we make, even if it's generic. Like, you know, we have this umbrella here that, it's just an umbrella, but it's not a normal umbrella. You know, it's like a parasol and it's pink, and, you know, the purpose that it serves is when you like jump off of a jump, it like opens up and it means you fall slower. But, you know, we could have done a million different designs for the umbrella and done a lot more generic designs. But, you know, we made the decision to make it more of an identifiable, like, get, set, go umbrella, basically. Like, if we use the prefix of, like, get, set, go, X. Like, if we were to make a frying pan in get, set, go, or an engine in get, set, go, like, this engine is objectively still an engine. You know, it's got cylinders, it blasts something out the back, but it's, like, got a little gremlin in it that, you know,
Howdy, stranger.
like, when it fires up, like, freaks out a little bit, you know? And,
So cute.
And that was, like, us making the get, set, go version of whatever this thing is. And I think, you know, that's a methodology that we'd like to apply to as much of, like, anything that we can really put into the game. You know, even really nondescript things. Like, this is literally just a, you know, event, but, you know, we want to make it feel like it's something that is very much a part of our game and not any others. And so, you know, I think when you talk about creating, you know, a direction for, you know, some sort of world where, like, these cars look like X and the parts look like Y and the environment looks like Z, and it's all derived from some, you know, unique, like, cohesive factor. I think that's exactly sort of the mindset we're in. You know, it's really, it's where I think we're pushing the game towards pretty heavily. And I think where we'll end up, you know, inevitably content is going to evolve with this game, and players will want more of certain things and probably less of others. But, you know, one thing we feel really confident in, because we've gotten the most solid feedback, has always been the art direction. It's always been like the sense that everything feels different and unique. And even though I know what that thing is, I've never seen it before. I've never seen it in that way before. So yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, I guess, you know, my next question would be, you know, I know when we talked initially, you know, you were thinking about your plans for the summer and kind of what you're trying to do. First, I just want to know, like, obviously you're staying on campus. Have your plans changed in any way? Have you, like, signed up to do any sort of work for anybody or anything like that? Do you have any creative projects that you're trying to get off the ground or anything like that?
Not really. I actually, like, I think canceled most of my work because I really want to, like, focus on things I love, which is, like, visual development and designing things. And I want to, like, be able to, like, push my illustration, like, one level, like, further, because right now I feel like I'm more confident in just sketching black and white, but I really want to, you know, be able to add, like, more beautiful colors to it and eventually, like, make a portfolio or some sort like that. But yeah, so that's my, like, current plan for the summer. It's pretty flexible. I don't have any, like, time commitments whatsoever.
Wicked. Well,
Yeah.
you know, so for us, you know, I can tell you kind of where we're at. So we have, you know, really, this summer is pretty intense for us. On August 30th, we'll be shipping the early access build of the game to the public. And that is both, like, a contractual requirement as well as, like, our actual goal. So, you know, there's a lot that we have to still put into this game because, you know, it's been a journey of adjusting it and some technical things and everything like that, all the things that I've talked about in the talk. And so really, the way we're doing, like, the next 3 or so months is development is, like, over here and just getting it all done. And creative is kind of over here and producing the necessary assets we need to just get the game into the state that we want, you know, like where it feels early, but basically like a fully fleshed out sort of concept. I'm actually talking with, I don't know if you know him, Akand. He's also in the CS digital art class, about potentially doing some technical artwork with us, which is more on like the rigging side and everything like that. But what I wanted to potentially offer you, and it's like totally no stress, you know, in terms of thinking about it, is what we could provide for you at the very least, because I will admit our attention is going to be all the way over here, is a really solid, basically, framework and structure to help build your portfolio, and something that isn't like it isn't just random stuff, and also ultimately like being credited on the actual game, because you know we're all sort of like basically semi-volunteering for this thing, and so you know we don't want to like minimize any amount of contribution, whether anything that you make gets actually used in the game or not. You know, if you're involved in what we're doing, you know, you're a part of it in any meaningful capacity. So what I think we would do is I would want you to be able to stay where you enjoy things the most and find things the most stimulating and want to be able to iterate the most. And what I think for that is, honestly, I think doing this exercise that we did for the challenge in as many times as you possibly can, and essentially going end to end with a fully realized concept for a genre, the macro of that genre in terms of an environment, and the micro of that genre in terms of how it applies to our game, like something like in environmental pieces, like vehicle pieces, part pieces. What that does is it covers the full spectrum of concept, which is like the actual macro concept of like, hey, here's the world at a glance, but then also the thing that really goes unnoticed a lot in art direction, especially for the majority of people out there that look for that kind of work, which is the smaller stuff like prop design, like actual individual components, the practical side of it too. And so I think what would be cool is if we did like a, you know, like a 2-week tempo, like every 2 weeks, we come together and we essentially give, you know, you, or you come with your own idea for like, hey, this is the next thing, like the next genre I'm going to work on, the next world I'm going to work on. You go away, you go end to end in the whole process. We come back, we do like an entire set of notes for that, like basically what you've just done. You can do like a single edit pass for that, maybe for like a couple of days, a week, and tidy it up into like basically a full concept slide. And we'll actually take that, give it to our artist to see if he wants like inspire anything from it, and we'll run that exercise with you pretty much for the whole summer. And what we get out of it at the end is another cool source of inspiration for the game. And what you would get out of it is obviously everything that you make and the structure and the actual notes to combine it into like a really professional portfolio, because we have like our CEO's worked in essentially like tons of companies, so he could actually like help you package that into something that looks like basically a proper slide or a proper set of slides for something like a concept deck. And then anything like you'll have the credit on the actual game for sure, but also anything that you've actually like that has resulted in like an item in the game, we'll also just make sure to put an actual note in that for that item itself, so that we could, if there was any like, we could send back to you, oh yeah, by the way, all your concepts like you could put in your portfolio became like, were instrumental in like these actual things in this game, you know, as opposed to just the concepts themselves, because that often helps too, is that the, you know, you get the concept and then you actually get how it became like the fully realized vision, as opposed to just being a concept. Yeah, so that is kind of like, I think, what I would love to be able to do with you, because the one policy that we sort of have in at our studio in regards to anything internships related is that we expect nothing from you. I don't mean that in like a negative way that you can't do anything. It more just means that we never want an intern to be under pressure or on the hook for anything that is related to our own deadlines, basically. Because if you are on the hook and you are under pressure, you need to be getting paid, basically, 100%. Like 100%. You cannot be getting like in like a learning environment or helping, you know, build your portfolio if you have a deliverable that like is under pressure. There's no way. So that's kind of our like a general approach, and so that's why I want to make sure if we structure anything with you, it's in a way that you get the majority of the benefit, and in many ways we're trying to give as much to you and not really the other way around. But you can still feel like you're actually doing something that isn't just like a waste of time, you know? Like, it isn't something, because it's not, by the way. It's absolutely not a waste of time. Like, all these sort of concepts that you would do would be probably a huge thing that we'd probably talk about all the time. Like, because we're always thinking about ideas, and especially with our schedule, we need to like always need things to help keep our like tempo in regards to art. I literally just threw a whole wall of text at you, so if you have any questions about anything that I just said, please let me know. Of course, I can imagine you do.
I just think that's like a great way to run an internship. I've never really heard of that structure before, but I think it's a very inspiring way, because once there's like no stress of like deliverables, I think it's just, you know, like I let my creativity roam free. And I really appreciate like you sort of like providing this opportunity for me to like learn from industry professionals, and also like develop my own like portfolio and like sort of design pitching skills too. So I'm really excited for this. And I would say that I'm definitely down to like be part of this like 2-week sprint type of thing, and then like contribute to like the creative visions of this game. I would say that I would really want to, you know, have like play a demo of this, or like actually me myself be a playtester for this game, because right now I still like have some questions about how it exactly works. Like one thing, for example, when you make the vehicle, does it just like whatever vehicle you make, does it spawn into like a random like themed world? So for example, if my vehicle is very like tech themed, will it spawn into like a food world, and would that be like sort of disturbing the like coherency of the game, or is that what we want to see, like the clashing like styles and art?
I am really glad you asked. Let me bring up. Is this the playtest? Yes, it is. All right. So this is footage from the like very first playtest we ever ran, and like this is like very pre-alpha stuff. So this was really just a sandbox that we had. So essentially, the actual building process, we take a lot of inspiration from, ironically, Dragon Ball Z. There's the Capsule Corporation, where they have these little, you know, capsules that poof into sort of anything, and the concept is very much the same. So all the parts, all the objects that you saw in the game exist in these little capsules. And if you want to add an object to a vehicle, you basically just shoot the capsule at the vehicle, and it sort of poofs into place. We do a lot of cool engineering stuff on the back to like align the object with where it hit, and then like it basically just sticks onto the side of the vehicle, basically, or like wherever you shot it, right? And the idea for this is the building process should feel very like rough draft, you know? Like I literally just chuck things. It's very Jackson Pollock, like, you know. And then we after that we give you this building tool that is basically like you can grab objects and like move them in a more micro sense and like rotate them and scale them and stuff like that on the vehicle after that initial like attachment, basically. And so the building is very like, it's very loose, you know. It's very like, hey, just you'll spawn these capsules out of your inventory, and then you'll spawn a vehicle out of your inventory, you'll spawn the capsule, and then you'll just like throw stuff on, basically. So it's very much the idea that like you can spawn any car in any environment and any part in any environment and build whatever you want. If you want to transition to a different environment, you usually drive through like a big portal, and then you'll transition to like essentially what is a different lobby with a different like theme. So yeah, this is really the whole sort of building process. Now obviously this is like an early version that you're seeing, but you can see like the differences really in the long run will just be like effects, you know, that'll make it clearer that you're editing something, and more restrictions on like the geometry so that something can't just be like clipping into the ground and stuff like that. But the basis of it is essentially like this. Yeah. And also to answer your question, absolutely you can playtest. Absolutely. Like we will have another playtest where we're combining building with driving. That's going to happen this month, basically in the next couple of weeks. Oh, nice. And I actually think that would be the perfect time for you to like jump on in any capacity in the studio, because what we could do is I think you should take a break first off, because like you've just like finished the spring term, hang out, enjoy yourself for a couple weeks, and then when we have this play test, it'll be a great introduction to see like the vehicles, how they work with like the environments, building with the parts, and kind of how that all looks in one sort of snapshot, and yeah, and I think that'll help like sort of frame things in more of the long run. But yeah, so it's this was like when they were driving stuff around, but yeah, it's very like there's a lot of things in the game that are very like tactile, essentially. Like you're not really navigating menus ever. You're sort of like, you have like a menu for your inventory, but if you want to, but in these capsules that are ones used to like delete things. So if you want to like delete a part off the car, you just hit that with the deleting capsule. But yeah, it's very much designed to be like as much in-world as possible. But also you'll see here a little bit that so when we first did this playtest, you know, we didn't have restrictions for where people could put stuff on the cars, basically. So like there's usually a restriction for it has to touch the mesh of the car, basically. Like when you're editing the part, it's got to always touch, you know, otherwise the edit's not accepted. But we didn't have that restriction in this playtest. We kind of just wanted to see. But what you see is that a lot of people just have ended up taking parts totally off the car and like scaling them up to infinity and just like putting them in the environment. And that was when we had our first big signal that like, oh yeah, I think people also want to like put stuff in the scene. You know, they're like dragging these like parts off the car and just like throwing them anywhere. And so that's where like a lot of the prop side of things comes into play. where it's like, this isn't necessarily going to go on a car, but it could be like a cool thing to decorate or change the geometry or like function of the scene. And we think a lot of these props could and should be interactive. You know, like we have the idea of like, we could just give you like a goal and like a soccer ball. And if the soccer ball ever goes in the goal, there's like an effect that like plays, right? Now, that's all it is. It's just two mechanisms, right? But you can put that anywhere. You could create like a whole soccer field with like all this shit in it and obstacles in it and stuff, and bump, you know, the soccer ball around with your cars. But like all we gave you was a soccer ball and two goals that you could put anywhere in the environment, right? And so I think there's a lot of potential to sort of navigate where sort of art meets gameplay a lot, you know, and where, again, how you can create something that's generic and has a generic purpose, but feels unique to the game.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, I think if it works with you, I think what we could do is we could set up a start date that is around that like basically next playtest, which is around like the 3rd week of June, and then we could run that basically until that first sort of fall week of when Dartmouth kind of comes back, basically.
Yeah.
Well, if that works for you, then what we can do is we can actually we will put together some proper like paperwork for the offer, so that you know that like, hey, you're gonna be in the game, you're gonna be credited, like here's our obligation to you for sure. And then, you know, feel free to take a look at that for as long as you need. Come back to us with any questions on it or anything like that. And yeah, and then we can actually get going on doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, wait, that sounds amazing.
All right.
To sign the contract.
Well, yeah, and by the way, like, the most important thing that I want to stipulate about what that contract will look like is you retain the rights to your concepts. So what we'll do is we'll basically retain the rights to anything we create from them. So like if we like make a car that comes from like that was inspired by like the shell that you made in this particular scene, you know, we own the car, but the concepts themselves, the slides, the actual like, you know, process, the imagery, that is yours to use, yours to put in your portfolio, to sell, whatever you want. Like that's yours because you made it. Basically, like where we intertwine is where like wherever we take inspiration from that, you know, we maintain that asset basically. But yeah, that's it.
All right, yeah, sounds great.
All right, well, sweet, Yuji. This is really cool. I talk to Professor Mahoney all the time about how, you know, if the studio can be successful and I can keep doing this and keep growing it, you know, the thing that I would really love is to be able to grow the program at Dartmouth in terms of like whether it's digital art or VR or more specifically game design, whatever it is, you know. I feel like there's a lot of places that Dartmouth just has an incredible faculty, but because it's got so much attention on like its econ program and it's, you know, and that's what it's really known for in terms of being undergraduate, these things kind of go unnoticed, and there's a lot of incredibly talented people that go unnoticed as well. So, you know, getting the opportunity to do this kind of stuff and work with people, you know, directly at the school, it's like my favorite thing. So I really appreciate, you know, you approaching us about it, because it's like it's what I really want to do, you know, to contribute to, you know, what was a really formulative thing for me. You know, I wouldn't be doing this right now had I not gone through those, you know, courses and that program. So yeah, no, I really appreciate that, and I hope that, you know, we can have some fun, do something really cool, and ultimately you can get something out of it that you feel really, you know, that you feel like benefits you, is something you can feel proud of, and ultimately something that, like, hopefully, you know, serves you in the long run really well, you know. And you know, throughout the whole process, you know, we're an open book. You know, we run our entire studio off of Discord, basically. So we're always just hanging out. We're usually playing video games any other time anyway. So, you know, it's not like every 2 weeks we are gonna talk to you once and then never talk to you again. If you ever want to talk to, if you want to sit in on the meetings that we're actually having in regards to product and the game, you absolutely can. It's all that stuff is available. So, you know, we want to be an open book for you as well.
That's awesome. Wait, drag me into the Discord chat.
All right. Well, sweet. Well, let me. I'll talk to the guys about everything we just talked about, and I'll probably reach back out like later, probably early next week about the actual information and all that kind of stuff, and then we can get rolling.
All right, sounds great. I'll be back to campus by like June 21st, so I think that's the earliest I can respond, because otherwise I don't have internet in New Mexico.
Good. No, that's perfect actually. That's perfect. So take the time away. Don't worry about anything with this. There'll be something in your inbox probably, and when you come back to it, send us back whenever, and we'll chat.
All right, sounds good.
All right, it's been a blast. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you. All right, I'll see you. Have a great summer too. And I wish you the best of luck for your actual, like, what do you call it? Like beta, pre-beta?
Yeah, it's like this one. I would say contractually they call it an alpha, but it's really a beta. It's beta early access. Like this is like, it's out in the public. It's anybody can download it. Like, so it'll be a big time in, you know, in a couple months.
It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
All right.
See ya.
See you later.
Yeah.
All right. Bye. Okay. Ooh, shit. My bad. Totally missed. Totally missed. Totally missed. I've been locked in. I don't know if you're still here. Still here. Sorry for missing you. I sometimes don't have my chat up because I was fucking deep in thought. Right now I'm just trying to fix this weird bug to do with my netcode. And I am pulling my hair out, so I just sent a request to their developers and to help me the hell out. I'm probably gonna take a break. I'm dying. Jesus Christ. Sorry, your mom 420. Apologies for missing you, man. Thanks, Nickelmix. Appreciate you lurking. I don't even know. I don't even know. I stopped my music accidentally. I'm that freaking discombobulated. Alright, let's see this online. Did it bring us back to Dread? Nope. Disable the raids. Yeah, let's go. I've been able to raid coding with strangers in a fucking minute. Alright. Deuces, everybody.